What's up, guys? Welcome to a new live stream. I'm super excited for today's live stream. We haven't done it in a while, but yeah, I planned a lot of things and I'm back with new powers. I've got my new streaming setup, so please let me know in the comments if everything is working and if you can hear me well, if you can see the screen. I'm still testing everything out, so but yeah. Today we're doing something interesting, something that a lot of you have asked. Here I'm speaking about Tinder clone. Yeah, you heard it right. We are gonna do a full stack Tinder clone using React Native and Aws Amplify. We're gonna learn a lot of new stuff in this build, so stay tuned to learn more about what we are gonna build, what we're gonna learn by the end of this video. All right, so, okay. In order for you to better understand how the series is structured, this is a two-episode series where today we're gonna build the Tinder UI using React Native and also reanimate it to implement the awesome Tinder swipe animation. And the next week we are taking everything and we're implementing the backend so that by the end of this series we will have a fully functional full stack application that is probably going to be ready to do some adjustments for your needs and publish it to market. But yeah, if you have any other ideas to implement some more advanced features, let me know and maybe we can extend it for 3 episodes. Alright, but what exactly we're gonna build today? So today we're gonna start simple, we're gonna start easy in order for everyone to be able to get started with this tutorial. Even beginners who are doing this for the first time are gonna be okay doing this because I'm gonna take it step by step, explain everything that I'm doing. So the first step will be to initialize the project, then we're gonna get into this awesome Tinder card that will display a profile, and here it's pretty simple in terms of UI. It's just an image with some text and that's it, but we're gonna take it a step further and we're gonna implement the beautiful Tinder swipe animation that we all know. And this is something new on this channel, and we will focus mostly on animation in this tutorial because that's the cool part about this build. Okay, and at the end, if we still have time, we're gonna implement the navigation and also the screen with your matches. All right, so what you're gonna learn by the end of this video, you're gonna learn and you're gonna be comfortable with React Native because we're gonna set up a project using React Native CLI. We are gonna learn how to render built-in elements and components such as text, images, flat list, and so on. After which we're gonna create our own components that we will be able to reuse throughout the application. And this is important when you plan to build a scalable application, because if you put everything in one file, it's not gonna last long until you are confused about everything, about all the code. So that's why it is very important to know how to split into separate components. Everything is gonna be done with modern React and React Native features such as functional components, hooks. We're gonna learn how to manage props and state for the components. But the most important part, as I said, is gonna be animation using React Native reanimated version 2. Alright, so if you're new on this channel, hi, my name is Vadim and I'm a full stack developer for over 7 years. I've been using JavaScript technologies such as React and React Native throughout my career in multiple startups that I founded. I also used it while I was working at Amazon. So right now I'm passionate about coding, building impactful startups, and sharing all my knowledge here on YouTube with you guys. Recently, I have decided to switch full-time on YouTube to provide you more content, more useful tutorials that will help you achieve the next level. So if you're interested, please subscribe to the channel, follow me on social media, and let's get started with today's build. But before going into today's build, I want to thank all the new members that have joined in the past weeks. These channel members decided that the content is valuable for them and they want to support financially the channel, which I really appreciate, because it makes sense for me to spend more time and to say no to all other opportunities that I have and to focus my full attention here on YouTube. So thank you everyone from this list. And if you want also to support the channel, feel free, join the channel membership, and I'll be very thankful. Before getting started as well, as usually, I have prepared an asset bundle that will include the dummy data, images, icons, this PDF presentation if you want it, and also I put there some unlimited karma. You can get the asset bundle at assets.notjust.dev/Tinder. You can see it here, you can see it in the description below, it should be somewhere there. Also, you should have React Native environment set up. If you don't, please follow this link and it will walk you through how to set up the environment. I already have it, so we're gonna just jump into building the project, and I expect that you have an environment for React Native already set up. All right, so one more thing. Let's get started. I have an awesome intro. Voila, here we are. So let's have a look a little bit in the live comments to see where everyone is joining. Yeah, by the way, let me know where are you joining from. I need to get a map, like to put everyone, all of you on a map. Let's check. I saw a lot of Armin, hello. David, hello. Pavel, hello. I finished the YouTube clone and discovered a bug when we first started the application, but that's not working properly. That's interesting. Let me know in private and I can have a look at that. Yes, it's gonna be reanimated too. Let's see. Is AWS Amplify popular? AWS as a cloud provider is the #1 cloud provider out there, like much bigger than Google Cloud and Microsoft's cloud. And AWS Amplify is part of AWS, which makes it much easier to integrate with AWS technologies. And it's still new. It has a couple of years probably. I don't know when it started, but they understand the power, and Amplify has grown hugely in the last year. So they are invested a lot of resources there, and it's gonna be very popular in the next 5 years. I'll be using Expo. Am I good on this side? Yes, we are gonna use everything that is available in Expo, and if you are using Expo, you're gonna have a little bit of advantage, because if you choose a template, the template will come pre-installed with the libraries that we need, which is React Reanimated 2 and Gesture Handler. So we're gonna take one more step to install and set up everything, but for you it's gonna be easier. So yeah. Please collaborate with Dennis, Evie, and make an app with Django. Thanks for the recommendation. But let's, yeah, not spam, please. Benga, hello. A new channel member is here. Can I use Expo? Yes, no sound. Can you hear me, guys? No, I think it should be. or no sound in the intro. Maybe. I'm still getting used to that. All right, so I think that we will have time to chat more once we initialize the project, because it's going to take around 3 minutes when the application first time runs. So for that reason, let's get started and let's initialize our project. And here I didn't mean Expo, it's React Native, sorry for that. So I'm going to open a terminal somewhere here. I'm gonna make it bigger for everyone to see. Come on. Okay, so here we are. I'm gonna go into the directory that I want to initialize the project, which is here. And now we can write React Native init Tinder clone. Cannot initialize the project because the directory already exists. Okay, so I'm gonna do don't do that. I'm gonna just delete one folder that I already have, and now I can initialize our project using React Native init and giving the name of a project that we want to initialize. What tech stack you will be using for this project? For the front end, we're gonna use React Native with React Native CLI without Expo this time. And what else? From the libraries, we're gonna use Reanimated 2. We're gonna use the gesture handler to make sure to handle the gestures of the user on the screen, such as swipes. Vector icons to display icons, and that's probably it, because we are trying to focus on building this cool animation. And in the next video, we are gonna do the backend, where we are gonna use Aws Amplify. And there, yeah, we're gonna implement the authentication, database, and so on. Hey, we have a new donation. Thank you very much. The issue is that I cannot put it on the screen because I have 2 PCs. But Saumia Deep, hopefully I spelled your name correctly. Thank you very much for that donation. Oh, we crossed the 100 concurrent viewers. That's nice. That's what it means to skip a couple of weeks. So we initialize the project. Now let's open this project in Visual Studio Code, and I'm gonna clone. I have a shortcut like code that will open Visual Studio Code. You can open it manually and then select the folder that we just initialized. So let me put it like this. And let's zoom in, right? So right now, we're not gonna get into the files yet. I just want to run the application, make sure that we are all on the same page. So first of all, let's start the development server using yarn start or npm start if you're using npm. Yes, this will run the development server. And after that, we can open a new terminal without closing this one, just by pressing on the plus button here, which creates 2 terminals. And here we can run yarn iOS to run the application on iOS device. However, if you're developing on a Windows machine or on Linux, you don't have the option to run it on iOS device, so you're gonna test it on Android. The application will work both on Android and on iOS. At the end of this video, I'm gonna run it on Android to make sure that it works. So if you're having some issues, check out the timestamps where I test it on Android. And if there will be some issues with Android, I'm gonna make sure to fix them, or at least try to fix them. So I'm gonna run it on iOS because it performs a little bit faster on my machine, just for that reason. Hey, I'm back. Welcome, I'm also back, as you can see. Greetings from Ethiopia. Hello. What database do you use for this project? Yeah, guys, right now we are waiting for the application to run, to build and to run, and this usually takes 5 minutes. Let's hope it's not gonna take more. So until it builds, we're gonna chat a bit in the live chat. If you're watching this afterwards, check out the timestamps and jump around, skip this part if it's not interesting. So let's check some questions. What database do you use for this project? What's here? Let me check something. Can I put some? I'm messing around with my software, so let's try not to do that. Okay, database for the project. We're gonna use the database provided by Amplify, which behind the scenes is AWS DynamoDB. I almost forgot it. So yeah, behind the scenes is gonna be DynamoDB, but a lot of things from the DynamoDB are already implemented and made in an abstract way. So in our case, we are mostly never gonna touch the database directly. We will just run some functions to, for example, create a new post, save it, and then everything else behind the scenes is gonna be taken care by AWS Amplify. It's gonna be written to database and so on. So we are only going to define the structure of our GraphQL API, and Amplify is smart enough to define the tables, to build the tables, the data, the schema, and so on. Right. Can you show us push notifications implementation? Yeah, a lot of people are asking about that. I will definitely do something about it. It's going to be, most probably it's going to be a separate video. So I know I promised a lot of times to do them, but we're going to do it because now I have a little bit more time to focus on these things. Did you finish building this PC? Yes, I finished building it. I'm streaming right now from my PC. I'm coding on the MacBook. I'm streaming the screen from the MacBook to the PC, so it's a bit complicated. I'm still getting used, but as far as I see, it's going pretty well. So let's hope that it's gonna hold on until the end. Yeah, I would show you the PC, but I don't want to touch the camera. But yeah, I'm preparing a video. We built the PC with my girlfriend Alex, and I have to edit it, but yeah, I think it's gonna be like a nice, funny video because we probably never built a PC, and like trying to understand how to do that, it was interesting. We spent a lot of time, like 6 or 7 hours just to build everything and to set up. Do we need a credit card for AWS Amplify? You need a credit card to register on AWS. However, you're not going to be charged unless you use these services like let's say in production where you have like thousands of users. Then you most probably will have to pay something. But for the projects that we are doing right now, I have them all running in my AWS and I have not been charged so far. So AWS provides with a free tier. So for example, for your let's say the Lambda functions, you have around 4 million invocations per month for free, and that's more than enough for you to test and to learn. But yeah, you need actually a credit card to sign up. Is MongoDB good for using as database? Yeah, it's perfectly good. I'm actually using that at Fitinium at the startup. I really love it. So please use Node for the backend. I would, but but yeah, when you discover better ways to do things and faster way to do these things, for example, with low-code solution like Amplify, then you're asking like, okay, like why would you want to spend 1 week to implement, for example, authentication, when that can be implemented like in 5 minutes with Amplify or something like that. So, and that I still understand like the importance and why would you need to learn Node.js. Yeah, like even we at the startup use Node.js. Most of the companies out there, like startups, would use Node.js, and you want to learn that. However, I think that there is a lot of content about that already on the internet. So I'm not sure if I want to get into that, or I want to stick with like newer solution like AWS Amplify, because there is less content on the internet about this. And I think that it's a very powerful way that companies just start integrating it in their startups and in their projects. And in a couple of years, I think it's going to be a lot of demand of this stack. So yeah, regarding Node.js, I'll probably do more things with Node.js and with Mongodb, with GraphQL, like, I mean, without Amplify. But we'll see how I'll structure everything. So our project has finished building. Now it's bundling. So we'll wait a little bit more until it bundles, and then I can show you the screen. Hi, love from India. Hello from Nigeria. Hey, bro. Oh, we have a new channel member. Thank you very much. That is very much appreciated. I'll not be able to pronounce your name, but I'll try. Uzgur Koi. Hopefully that's right. So thank you very much for doing that. And yes, our project has finished building. Here we have it. I have 2 mouses, 2 keyboards. I am lost. So, do you see it well? If I do it like this, and like this. Yep. Something like that. So, that's what you should see on your device just by running the application. This is the boilerplate, the getting started application from React Native. And yeah, let's have a look at a little bit at the files. And I'm gonna start with the most important file where everything starts, and this is the app.js. So this is the entry point of our application, and yeah, here everything starts. I don't want you to get confused about everything that is happening here. And for that reason, I'm gonna delete everything, and I'm gonna write a simple, like the smallest app component that is possible out there. So it's gonna be much more understandable, like it's not gonna be confusing for you. So first of all, let's import React from React. This is in order to be able to render React components with JSX and so on. Then we can export a function from here. So we're gonna export by default, or let's first define. I usually do like this. First, I define the application, and our application is gonna be a function. This is the function. At the end, we will export default our application, right? Because yeah, React Native will import it and will render it. So what our app should do, it should return a JSX. With return like this. And the JSX here is the components that we want to render on the screen. And it's pretty similar with HTML components if you're coming from web development, but they are specific for React Native. So there are multiple built-in components. I'm gonna speak about them when I introduce. But let's start with a text that we import from React Native. React Native. Let's do text. Yeah, simply like this. And here we say hello world. Let's save. And I see the text somewhere there on top underneath the clock. So that's an issue because it renders under the notch, but we're gonna speak about that as well later. Yeah, so this is the bare minimum of our application. Our app just simply renders a hello world here. These components we can style passing in a style object, and the style is also very similar to CSS, only the casing is different. So here we use camel case. For example, I don't know, align text or text align, I even forgot, text align center, something like that. It's somewhere there. I can add some margin top 50 in order to see the text, and here it is, our hello world. So okay, we have our application, everything is running. We cleaned our app in order not to get confused, and now we can start working on the actual implementation. So let's have a look. What do we have to do next? We initialize the project, we started it, we run on our device. The next step will be to implement the Tinder card. And if we look at this Tinder card here, it's simply a background image with some text for the name and text for the bio. Very easy, very simple. Let's try to think how we will structure this. Okay, so back to our code. Let's first of all start with our image. To render this image, I'm gonna remove our text here, right? And we are gonna render the image. The image needs two properties. The first one is source. Actually, only the one is required, the source, but without a style, it's not going to be visible. So for the source, here we have to either give a local image that we will import, or we can give a remote image by passing here a URI. So the URI, we will take it from yeah, just any image URI, but I'm gonna do it from here, from the dummy data that you have downloaded. So here is the Tinder assets. This is the folder that you should receive, and I'm just gonna grab the assets folder from here in our root project here. Add folder to workspace. We're gonna need it later, so no, not here. We need it under the Tinder clone here. Move. Do we have it? Come on. Tinder clone. No, we need it here, bro. Here. Move. Come on. I don't know how to move up. What am I doing wrong? I just added it as a separate folder here. Come on, I want to remove it. Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time. That's weird. Here, come on. Not here, here. Move. All right. So here under Tinder clone, we have assets. In the assets here we have data, users, and I have some images here. So I'm just gonna grab a URL. You can grab any URL that you want, or you can grab one from here if you're lazy as me. So let's pass in the URL here, save. And for the style, I'm just gonna start simply with defining a width and a hard-coded height, also 250. Save. Here it is, our Elon Musk. All right, that's good. So it's already a beginning. Now we need to think about some styling, right? Yeah, before that, I will wrap our image inside a container in order to give some styles to the whole page that we have. Containers in React Native are views, and we can import them from React Native there. And I'm gonna wrap my image inside this view, which I'll give some styles. For example, justify content center in order to put everything in the center, and align items center. And flex 1 in order for it to take the whole screen. So we added this text. Now our image is in the middle of a screen. That's good. However, this is not the best way to write styles, because here we combine, we mess up the structure, which is the JSX, with the styling, which here is this object. It's like messing around like HTML with CSS. It works, it's good for when you're lazy, but in order for it to be better, we're gonna create a styles object here, where we will keep all the styles that this component needs. To create it, we are gonna need the style sheet component from React Native, and using this style sheet.create, we can create here an object. In here, individual styles for each component. So the first one, I'm gonna say, I don't know, page container, container. And this page container is gonna contain all the styles from here. And here we can pass in styles.page container. Now this is much cleaner, because here we know that it's a view, it has some styles. If we want to see the styles, we can go here and look at them. All right. Make sure that whenever you have like inline styles, you need double curly brackets, because one is for starting to write JavaScript in JS, and the other one, the second one here, is for the JavaScript object. But in this case, our JavaScript object, basically these curly braces, are here. So yeah, that's hopefully clear. Like whenever it's in line, should be two curly brackets. When you reference an object, yeah, a style object, you need only one. Okay, we have an image there. Let's define the styles for it here as well. It's gonna be this one. Too much. Come on, prettier. Make my code pretty. Save. You don't want to? Save. Okay, because it's styles.image. Save. Okay, now it's better. So as well. Now we have an image, but I want to wrap the image in one more view that will define the styles for the whole card. I want to separate the image from the card, but should I? Probably yes. So I'm gonna copy the view from here. I'm gonna say styles.card. This is gonna contain all the styles for the card. And let's not forget to close our view tag. And let's define the styles for our card. And in this case, I can say that the width of our card should be almost full screen, so I can do something like in percentage, I don't know, 95%, right? And in order to see what we are doing, I'm gonna add some background color just to be able to see the sizes. So 95%, that's what we get. And for the height, I'm gonna do, I don't know, 60% of a page, something like this, or 70, we'll see. And the image inside the card should take the whole space of our card. So that's why we can give here like 100% to take the whole space there. And here we can give 100% to take the whole vertical space. And now we don't need the background color red anymore. Okay, now let's make the corners round. And to do that, we're gonna use border radius 10 pixels. And the issue is that that we need to define it both to the image and the card, because the card now has border radius, but the image doesn't. So I'm gonna do border radius to the image as well, like this. That's good. And what else should our image have? I think it should have this beautiful drop shadow. So to create these drop shadows, there is a tool called React Native Shadow Generator, something like that. Nobody wants to remember everything, all these styles for just a shadow. So I'm gonna increase it a bit, something like that, and just copy the styles from here that we can paste for our card. So shadow here, come on, save, and yeah, it has. If you can see, I don't know how to make it more visible. Yeah, right now you see it very clearly that it's there. So yeah, here we have a couple of styles. So for Android, everything is simple because we just add elevation, and this will define the shadow on Android devices. However, elevation is only for working on Android. That's why for iOS we have to define all this, like shadow color, the offset, like where we want the shadow to be offset. 0 can be the opacity, the radius, we can add here 10, for example, and here 1, like you can see. Come on. But yeah, that's how we add a nice shadow in React Native. Let's see. Alright, so let's continue a bit more with our card component, because we are almost there. We have this beautiful image. Now we need to render some text here on the bottom. How to do that? As you can see, this image is somehow like a background image, and the text is on top of our image. There are multiple ways to achieve that, using some absolute position, or using a built-in component from React Native, which is called image background. It has the same API as our image, so if I just replace it with image background, it should work out of the gate, except we lost the border radius, as you can see. And that's because we need one more thing in our, I think, image. Because, yeah, the border radius are set okay, but the content overflows, and we can still see the content overflows. That's why we don't see the border radius. So I can add here Overflow Hidden to hide everything that is hidden like this, right? Everything that is outside the borders of a container, and now our corners are back rounded. And what does this image background allow us to do? It allows us to, instead of closing the tag right away, we can remove this closing tag and close it separately, because inside this image background we can add any components that are going to be displayed on top of the image. So for us, for example, text like so. If I save, I'm not sure if you can see there, but we have here in this corner the text on top of the image, Elon Musk. That's good. We're gonna style it, and you're gonna see that it looks better. So for the, I don't know, for the bio, I'm gonna copy this here, and I'm gonna add some styles for the name to make it white and bold, styles.name, and for the bio as well, styles.bio. Let's define our styles in the styles object. So card, image, then we can have name and bio. So for the name, we can say that it's going to have a font size of, I don't know, 30, color white, and font weight bold. Font weight bold. Okay, that's good. I like it. I like it like that. And for the bio, something similar without font bold. Font size can be, not 24. No, it's a lot. 18. And I want to increase, for example, if there will be a lot of text there, I want it to be more readable and increase the space between the lines. So if I do line height, if you add here, for example, 100, it's going to be like crazy like this. But at 24, I think will look good, or 25. Something like this. Yes, in our card you see that everything is on the bottom of the card. And to do that, I'm gonna add some styles to the image, because this is the parent of our name and bio. Here is name, bio, and the parent of these two components is our image background, which has styles image. So here I want to say that the content should be aligned at the end. So align items. Is it align items? One is horizontal, one is vertical, so we're going to see. No, this is horizontally alignment, but we need justify content, flex end. And this is how we add it at the bottom here. Should we add some padding? 20. If we add padding 20, everything is good except the image is broken. So what I wanted to do is to add some space here and on the bottom to have some margins, you know. One way to do that would be to add some padding or margin even to the name. Margin horizontal, for example, 10. And the same thing for our bio. Or we can wrap the inner container that contains this text into a separate view. So this is going to be called view styles. Let's say that it's going to be styles.card inner, right? Because I don't like to have to specify the margin and the padding for each text or for each inner component. So this view is gonna contain both these texts. So for the card inner, which is been under the image, we can add here some, instead of margin, we can add general padding of 10 pixels. And if I remove margin horizontal from the name and the bio, everything is back to normal. Our card inner has this padding, and yeah, if I do background color red, you're gonna understand what I'm speaking about. Card inner, okay, yeah. All right, so I think that's it with our Tinder card, right? Let me do a git add git commit Tinder card UI. Should be there. No git repository. Okay, I didn't initialize the git yet. So let's do git init. And we are on main, git add, and git commit. I hope there is a git ignore. Yep. Okay, so let's have a look at the chat, because we had a pretty intense session of, we're already 40 minutes live, but we have built this this component. Let's take some questions. Good enough mid-end PC. Yeah, I didn't try to build it like a high-end PC because the main purpose of this PC is just to stream all the video to the internet. So most probably I'm gonna still continue working on my MacBook. However, it depends. Like, if the PC will be faster and I'll get used to Windows, I might switch back and work on the PC while I'm in the office and on MacBook while I'm away. What I checked, but getting error on each step. I'm very sad because I'm unable to set up Android Studio and run emulators for React Native. I just do it, but don't know. I have bought a brand new PC, please make video. Now that I have like a new Windows PC, when I will set up my environment, my React Native environment on Windows, I want to create a video that is gonna show like step by step how I set up. So I'm gonna try to do that definitely. However, on my MacBook today I was having also some issues with Android emulators. I don't know why. Okay, let's see what else. What theme do you use? I have a separate video about VS Code extensions where I also talk about the theme. It's called Material Darker, I think. Yep. Why use Jest instead of TypeScript now? Just to make it a bit easier for beginners, because if you throw everything in at the same time, like JavaScript, TypeScript, it might get messy. So TypeScript is a great thing. However, if you are just getting started with React Native, I probably would recommend you to start with JavaScript just to have less things to learn in the beginning. If you have some experience with JavaScript and React Native, then definitely learn TypeScript. It's a great thing. But I'm gonna use like I'm always like switching from TypeScript, JavaScript, Expo, React Native CLI in order to cover everything and to be able to appeal to all of you. What we have here a new channel member, so that's 2 for today. Magomed, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member and supporting the channel financially. That's really nice. Thanks. In real project, what do you usually use, React Native CLI or Expo? In my case, it really depends on the project, because if it's a easy data-driven project that doesn't depend on a lot of native libraries, I don't know, some dashboards, some some social media apps even, I would definitely start with Expo, and that's what I was doing when I was working for clients. However, if the application is much more complicated, it depends on a lot of native things, I probably start with React Native CLI, but Expo is doing better and better on integrating with native packages. All right, let's get back because we still have a lot of things to do and to learn today. So, all right. Back to our... Should I do a small intro for everyone who is just joining? So yeah, let's do it like a 2-minute intro. What we are building today. So if you're just joining, guys, hello, welcome. I'm really glad that you made time for this tutorial. Today we are building Tinder clone using React Native, and this is going to be a full stack tutorial where today we build the UI with React Native, and we're going to focus a lot on animations to integrate this awesome swipe animation for the Tinder cards using Reanimated 2. And next week we take this build and we implement the backend using Amplify, and by the end of 2 episodes you're going to learn both front-end and backend in order to build React Native, a mobile application from scratch. So yeah, today we already finished building the Tinder card. Now we're gonna have to do some refactoring, and then we get into implementing the animation for this, which looks something like that. Pretty cool, right? So if we still have time, we're gonna implement even more features for the UI, such as navigation, matching screen, and so on. So grab yourself some coffee and let's start building it together, guys. Because the next step, before moving on, I think I want to refactor and create a separate component for this Tinder card, you know? So far, all our code has been written in app.js. I have coffee, but I forgot about it. Yeah, as I was saying, so far everything we wrote is in app.js, which I told that this is the first file that React Native will run. It's not recommended to do a lot of logic here. It's recommended to keep it very, very simple and basic and move everything away from app.js in separate screen, in separate components, and just to use them where needed. So for that reason, I'm gonna extract our Tinder card out of our application in its own component. This is going to be useful whenever we will want to render multiple cards. For example, if right now I want 2 cards, I have to copy paste the whole code, and that's how we have 2 cards. But that's not good, that's copy pasting the code, and whenever you do that, whenever you copy paste a bunch of code, stop and think, can I make it as a reusable component that I can send different parameters and achieve the same thing instead of copy pasting the code? And in this case, it's possible. So let's create a new folder, not in assets. I'm gonna create it here. I'm gonna call it source. First of all, to keep all the source code. I'm gonna show you how I usually structure my project. In the source here, I usually have a folder component. this is for our reusable components that we will create. I also have their screens. This is also components, but they are specifically for different screens that we have. For example, the home screen, the matches screen, or how is it called? But I put it here, but should be in the same line with component screens and so on. So yeah, let's start with components. Now we want to create a component for our Tinder card, right? To do that, I can create a file, but to be more structured, again, I'm going to create a new folder called Tinder card. This folder here will have an index.js file that will hold all the code for our Tinder card, right? So what do we have here? Again, we're going to import React from React. We're going to define our component as a function, const card equal to an arrow function, and here we're going to return, let's say, a simple text, right? Text card, just for simply seeing what we're doing. And at the end we export default card, and then let's not forget to import text from React Native, of course, from React Native. All right, so this is a perfect valid component. We export a function, and this function returns a JSX. It returns some components here. So by doing that, we define a separate component. What can we do with it? We can go back in our application, and the same way as we are using, for example, a text or an image background that we import and then render it here, the same way we can do with our customly made components. So I'm going to import card from this directory, source, components, Tinder card. Yeah. And then, is everything okay? And then I can render it, I'm going to render it here. APC, water. Now you're not streaming, you should run fast. Come on. I think I'll end up just coding and streaming from the PC. All right, so are you back? Are you with me? Oh no, my PC is okay, my PC was on battery, like it wasn't plugged in. I hope now it's plugged in, right? Oh, are you good? So yeah, we're back. So here, the same way as we render a view or an image background, we can render our custom component card, save it, and here at the top we can see card, because that's what we have in our component, just a text card. Okay, with this knowledge, what we can do next? We can take all the code that we developed for our Tinder card. I'm gonna cut it from here, and I'm gonna paste it in our card here, save. Let's make sure that we import everything that we need from React Native. And also we are missing the styles. I'm gonna copy the styles from here. I'm gonna bring them in our card component. So we need everything except the page container. And in our app.js, we need to delete everything except the page container, because we moved everything away. Also, we will not need the image background text, and so on. Save. And here, everything is working as before. However, if I want 2 cards, I can render here 2 cards. Come on, card and card. And it should render, yeah, 2 cards with Elon Musk and so on. All right, so this is how we extract some code into a separate component, and then simply by rendering it this way, we are rendering everything from the component. That's good. One more step. Okay, now if I want 2 cards, I can do it like this. But if I want a card about Elon Musk and a card about, I don't know, Jeff Bezos, how can I do that? Because if I put it twice, it will render Elon Musk twice. And that's because our data here is hard-coded, right? So we need a way to make this data dynamic and to receive it from the component that is using this card, right? So if we are going back here, no, in the card. So how do we receive this dynamic data? We receive it as a parameter props. In our functional component. So props will contain all the data that is sent from the component that is using it. For example, this view has a style prop. This image background has a source prop. In our case, we will need a name prop, right? So const name and what? Image, right? And bio, and also bio. Bio is equal to props. This is destructuring properties from our object props. So name is props.name, image props.image, so on. And now we can replace the image URI with the image. We can replace the Elon Musk with the name. However, if you just write name, that's what you're gonna see here, name. We need to access the variable name. To do that, we will add the curly brackets for the name. And this is how you reference a variable from the JavaScript. We don't see anything because we are not sending anything yet. And for the bio here, we will do bio. Much better. I don't know why the image is still there, because it shouldn't be, but probably that's cache. So this is how we receive the name, image, bio props. How do we send them? Should we do it like this, or should we do it a little bit different? For example, going back to the card, here we can send these properties. For example, if I put name Jeff Bezos, that's what we see for the first card. And if I put name something else, that's what the second card is going to have. We don't see it because it's not on the screen. But the question is, should we send all the individuals' name and image and so on? Or we can send all the data at once using, for example, user is going to be Jeff. And Jeff, in our case, is going to be an object containing name, bio, for example, I'm Jeff, and image, which is empty now. So if I send card for the user Jeff, then we need to restructure here because our props will contain a user. So the name, image, and bio should be taken out from the props.user. Save. reload, could not get bash bridge. What did I do wrong? Come on. Why? Reload. Use flat list. We're not gonna need it because in a moment we're gonna implement these animations and we're gonna implement like a custom component similar to a flat list. I don't know what's happening here. Is it something related to this? I don't think so. Oh yes, because there is no image and the text is actually white. So if I add there that the image, everything should be back working, I hope. Jeffrey, come on, where are you? We're gonna learn how to debug. So let's have a look if at least some text is gonna be visible. Text from here. We can also open our development server, and here we see there is an issue. So I'm gonna just stop it, stop the development server, and do yarn start again. And I can rerun it, yarn iOS. Let's hope it's not going to take too long. We're just reloading it. Yes. Just by reloading the development server, everything is working. So Jeff is there. Okay. Now actually we can import the users, and instead of declaring the Jeff here, I can do import users from. Oh, so slow. At least I know that the stream is healthy. The PC CPU is at 18%, 17%, perfect. So assets, data, and users. And this users is an array of users. So for the first one, I can do user at position 0. Users, save. Dismiss. Come on, reload, do something. Okay. Here we have it. Yeah, it restarted, but that's good. So we extracted our card into a separate component. We are using this card here. We are sending data dynamically that it should display. Yeah, everything so far is good. So if I do here 1, it's gonna be Elon Musk. 2 is gonna be something else. Okay. Yeah, that's how we create custom components and data, and later on we're gonna learn how to animate it. So git add, git commit custom Tinder card component. All right, so okay, so we have everything here. Our next step will be this one, but before that, let's have a look at some questions in the chat. I'm happy there is no TypeScript. Everyone with their own preferences. But yeah, if you are a beginner, it's gonna be easier for you. Why are not npm? I don't have a very good answer for that. Both are good. From some time I started using Yarn. One reason is, for me personally, it saves you like a microsecond, because when you have to run some scripts, you don't have to write npm run, for example, dev. You can write just yarn dev, and you don't have to write the run keyword. Weird. Both are fine. Hello, can you make a tutorial on telonym? I haven't heard about that. Thanks for sharing the knowledge. It's my pleasure. How did you become a software engineer? Oh, that's a question for a separate video. Mostly through like normal traditional education, like at school and university, but that's probably the only 20%, like the first 20%, and the rest 80% is just building project and being involved in a lot of project startups and so on. How do you charge your client? I'm not working with clients like for 1 or 2 years already, so that's a thing of the past. How can you get the swipe effect? Very, very good questions. Let's have a look at that. So, do you need to know web development to get started with React Native? No, the answer is no. And a lot of people are asking if you need to know React to start with React Native. No, this is not a prerequisite. You can get started with React Native without knowing React, and that's how I started. However, if you know React, it's going to be much easier to learn React Native. But this is the same if you know React Native. It's going to be much easier to get started with React than a person who is just getting started with React. There are a lot of things that are the same. So in React Native, you're using parts of React, but you can learn them while learning React Native, because it's, yeah. There is no reason not to be able to do that. You need to know JavaScript. That's a prerequisite. And I would say you need to know the modern, at least ES6 features, such as destructuring, prop spreading, arrow functions. Yeah, these things are gonna help you a lot to understand, because we use a lot of them just to make our life easier. So yeah, if you are beginner, start with JavaScript, then learn the modern features of JavaScript, such as spreading, destructuring, arrow functions. What else? All right, but speaking about that, let's go here, right? So we have to get started with animation. To do that, we're gonna use React Native Reanimated version 2. And to install it, let's follow their official documentation here. So here we have a documentation. I'm gonna try to make it like this. Okay, so the first step will be to actually install the library, React Native Reanimated. So let's copy it from here, go into our terminal, and we can paste in here. Why do we put this thing when people are copying the text? So yarn add React Native Reanimated, add next. Well, this will install the latest version of React Native Reanimated. Yes, it's installed. Let's follow the next steps. So the next step is to specify the Babel plugin. So let's copy it from here and let's open in our root directory. Here we will have babel.config.js. So let's open this file and let's add under the presets, we're gonna add plugins, and the first plugin is this React Native Animated /plugin. And make sure it's listed last if you're using multiple plugins. In our case, we didn't have any plugins, so we just added it as the first one. For Android, we need to turn Hermes engine, and to do that, we are gonna go in our Android folder, then app, then here we see build.gradle. Make sure it's Android app build Gradle, not Android build Gradle. There are two files, so we need the one from the application folder. We scroll a bit here until we see enable Hermes, and here we change it to true. Okay, then we need some extra step for Android, and here, yeah, we need to import these two libraries. Let's copy them here and let's open our app, Android app source main Java, and here we see our main activity, no, main application. So in the main application, let's import these two libraries. Then inside our component here in Android, we need to add to override this method. Don't try to understand this because even I don't understand it. Most of the things from Android native. So here, after the get.js main module, we will add this method that will initialize reanimated package. Yes. And also we can add this proguard rule in where? In the, it should be here. So proguard rules.pro in our Android app. We will add this rule because reanimated doesn't work with turbo module, and we need to specify that. Yeah, we need to disable that. So this is the settings for Android. For iOS, it's a bit easier. So for iOS, we just need to install the pods. So npx pod install. Run this command only if you are on macOS developing for iOS. Because if you're not on macOS, this method will not work for you. So don't worry, it's gonna still work for Android because we set it up there. Okay. And then we can rerun our application and hopefully it will work. I'm gonna also rerun my server, my development server here. And after the pod has completed installing, I'm gonna run yarn iOS to run it again on iOS. Let's wait until it builds. But in order not to wait 2 times, let's also install the gesture handler library, and this library will help us handle the interactions from the users, such as taps or swipes, and we need this for handling the swipe event of the user in order to swipe the card. So let's open the documentation of React Native Gesture Handler, and in the Getting Started guide, we will install it using yarn add. So I'm gonna stop this build because we're gonna need to do it after we install React Native Gesture Handler. You can take it step by step if you have time in order to know if everything from Reanimated has been installed correctly, and after that do it one more time for React Native Gesture Handler, because this way if you have some issues you're gonna understand like what library introduced the issue. But for me, in order to save some time, I'm gonna do them both at the same time, and just with crossing the fingers I'm gonna hope that it's gonna work. So we add the React Native gesture handler. We don't need to link it because we are on a higher version than 0.60 of React Native. So for Android, we need some steps for Android. This is the advantage of Expo, because in Expo it's much easier to install them, and also if you're using a template it comes pre-installed, but it's a good way to know how to set them up manually. So that's why I decided to do it with React Native CLI. Okay, let's update the main activity. We need to, here we see like the 3+ signs. These are the new imports that we need to add to our main activity. So let's go into our Android app, source, main, Java, con, Tinder, then main activity here. So the first step was in main application. Now for the gesture handler, we need to do it in main activity. So let's import these three, but don't forget to remove these plus signs. And also we need this override function, which comes after the get main component name. So let's add it, and let's delete this. Okay. Jetifier is automatically run when we run Android, so we don't need to do anything. And for Android, that's it. For iOS, we need to install the pods, and I'm gonna do again pod install. Okay, so after that is done, one more step is to import this library in our, here it's written in index.jsx, but we need to do it in the first file, which in our case is app.jsx. So in app.jsx, in the root folder, at the top, even before importing React, we are going to import the React Native Gesture Handler. This is to make sure that it's available right from the beginning. So now you're all set. Let's run the application using these commands. So pods are installed. Let's do yarn iOS or yarn Android if you're on Android. Now we're gonna have to wait a bit until it installs, and then hopefully everything will work. So do a video on your desk setup, what you use to develop every day. I'm doing a video for my PC build, where I have built my recent PC for streaming, and it includes a little bit of my desk setup. I don't know, it's still some new content for me because I'm used to educational content, and that one is more of a vlog, or let's say. Can you make a video on how to publish on Play Store? Yep, probably I can, and probably I should. Node plus MongoDB versus Amplify. Yeah, I've touched a bit this topic in this video in the beginning. But yeah, like right now I came to a conclusion that with Amplify, everything is much easier, faster, and more scalable to create. If you're working on a, for example, startup, if you use, for example, Amplify, your application will be scalable from day one, which means that it will work perfectly fine with free users, and it will work also good with millions of users without you having to rewrite everything from scratch. And I think that's powerful. Anime version. How many programming languages do you know, if you don't mind? I don't know, I didn't count them. And after you learn like 2 or 3 programming language, one functional, one like OOP, like object-oriented language, then all other languages are very easy to grasp. Like you don't need to spend months on learning a language. You just need a couple of days to work in a project and you get the syntax, because the basics, like all the fundamentals, are the same throughout all the languages. Only the syntax is different. And of course there are some things different in some languages, but mostly it's the same if statements and for loops. So here I see that the app has built. Let's wait until it bundles. And yeah, we don't see anything right now, but I guess it's working. But to test that, I'm gonna try to play around with some dummy things here. So let's try to randomly animate a value, like the position of this card, you know. So yeah, to animate a value we need shared animatable value. So in our case that's going to be a value that will, I don't know, specify where the translation should be, like the position of the element on the screen. So this is going to be a use let's import it from reanimated. Use shared value. This is a bit different than state, because this value is being used on the UI thread, and this is the idea behind reanimated, because React Reanimated works and runs the animations on the UI thread, not on the JavaScript thread that we are used to, for example, using state and everything. That's the JavaScript thread. And in React Native, the JavaScript thread is usually at least 1 frame behind, because this bridge between JavaScript and native code, it's asynchronous. So the changes are not at the same time. Like the first thing you change a state, for example, on the JavaScript thread, and it's going to be updated and available only during the next render. And to solve this, React Reanimated is running on the UI thread to make the animations very smooth without any delay or So for that reason, we're using this used shared value, which can be 0 in the beginning. Based on these shared values, we can create, where is it? Animatable styles. Animated style. This animated style is the thing that runs on the UI thread. So I don't know, card style is use animated style, and here we need to provide we need a function that will return a style object. So in this case we can say that the style will be, I don't know, let's start with, and here is going to be just value, you know, with opacity, because it's going to be easier to understand. So we created this card style that has the opacity of this value, and this value, we do this because we will be able to change this value, and the changes will modify the style of our card. So where do we use this card style? We use it, let's import also animated, the whole library, come on, animated. We import it as animated because we want to be able to render a animated.view. So it's similar to rendering a view. However, an animated view can receive styles that are being animated, as weirdly as it sounds. So for the styles, I'm gonna just pass in the card style. But you know what? I'm gonna give it an array of 2 styles, because besides the styles that's coming from here, I think I need also to do something with 100% height, I don't know, 100%, just to make sure that it's there. So invalid value passed to the opacity, it's value, okay, so this is going to be called shared value, and to access the value from this shared value, we need to write shared value.value. This is a usual bug in Reanimated, because as you saw, I also did it. I just wrote shared value, and it's even saying like, I think you forgot dot value. So here we have this value. If I initialize it with 1, will it work? If I remove car styles, will it work? Yes, it's somewhere there. If I don't do hide, I'm gonna mess up all our styles that we have created. So let's add some styles for this view. So animated card, an animated card will contain these styles. Animated styles dot animated card, and also some justify content, align items, and all this stuff to make it in the middle like this. And now let's merge the animated card like this static styles with the dynamic styles that are going to be animated. So card style, will it work? I don't know why it is not working. Card style, opacity. If I give here opacity 1, you will not work? No, you will. 0.5. Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. Animated value styles, card style. Okay, now it works. Okay, so besides this, I also want a button. A button that is gonna change the shared value to a random value. So a button we do it with pressable, and the text will be change value. Change value. Let's import pressable from React Native. And text, we have it. So here on press, we want to give a different value for that is going to change the opacity. So I can do shared value just by assigning a different value to this shared value.value, which can be math.random. We save. Yeah, we animate this styles of this component. Hey Daniel, hello. Thank you very much for your very kind donation. So here we have a button, but for the animated card, the height is not going to be 100. Save. Flex 1. Okay, what's going on? Some styles here. Where? I'm gonna add some very dummy styles to our button. I can do position absolute and top 100, and that's it. And where is it? Come on. Why I don't see it? Are you updating? No, I think it's not updating. Okay. Why were not working? Okay, now it's good. Now it's good. I didn't have to do those random styles. So if I change the value here, the opacity changes to a random value, as you can see. This is animation 101. We can do more things with animation, and I'm gonna change from animating the opacity to animating the position, because this is a bit more interesting. So I'm gonna do translate. Translate is an array, and the first object is something like x, position x. Let's check the translate styles. React Native transform translate. It's transform, and this is translate x, right? Yeah, that's how it's called. Translate x, and I'm gonna give the shared value, but the shared value is from 0 to 1. I don't know, I can multiply it by 100. We'll see if that makes sense. Reload. Reload. What's going on here? Reload. I messed up something. Let's open the debugger because it's... Where is it? Yarn start. And right now reload. Oh, unexpected. I have 2 commas there. That's the problem. Reload. Yes, thank you very much, David. So yeah, the position has been animated. So if I change, you see it jumping around like back and forth. I can do it even more, like 500 minus 250 to be like left and right, like you see, like this. As you see, it's animated, but it's not beautiful. Like, it's not smooth, it just jumps around. Reanimated actually provides us with some helper function to make this animation smooth. So we have two helper functions, like with timing and with spring. With spring, and this will make sure that the value doesn't change instantly, but it changes with time, you know. So if I wrap around the math.random with spring, then reanimated will start. Where is it? It's not gonna change to a math random value, but it's gonna start to move towards that value, if that makes sense. So if I change, it doesn't work, you know. Oh, not math random, but with spring. Save, change. Oh, you see, now it's smooth. The moving part, right? What else? What else? I think that's the basics of animations. Like, we need these shared values that we can change, and based on these changes, our animation depend on these shared values. And then we have animated styles that we pass to an animated view or an animated, I don't know, image or an animated text, I think, yes. So, and you pass that animated styles to it, and yeah, that's the animation in a nutshell. Thank you very much for joining, Francois. So this is the simple version. Now we are gonna need to implement further, like next features, because with this we made sure that we installed our library correctly and everything is working. Alright, so the first step that we need to implement is we need to make the card follow the finger, like the touch event, you know. So for that reason we need to manage this fall of touches. That's why we implementing the gesture handler, to be able to get feedback about the user events, like with the touches on the screen, if that makes sense. So first of all, from React Native Reanimated, we're gonna import the handler use animated gesture handler. This is a hook that helps us gesture handler use animated, and this hook will help us define the what should happen at any point in the gesture handler lifecycle. For example, when the user starts dragging, what should happen? When the user release the drag, like when the user touches, like what should happen? So with this function we can define here on active, and this is a function, I think we get the event here. This is a function that is going to be called when the user drags, like with a finger, with a touch throughout the screen. Then we also have like on start the event. We don't need the event actually here. So let's do console log touch start. Here touch x is let's do event dot absolute or translation x. Translation x is how far is the finger from the initial position. So if we start from the middle and move it 2 centimeters to the right, that's going to be like, I don't know, 200 pixels. If we move to the left, that's going to be minus 200 pixels, and so on. So yes, let's do that. And we also have the on end. On end, we can do console log ended. The thing that is returned from use animated gesture handler is this gesture handler. So we take the gesture handler, and we will have to first of all import something else from this one gesture handler, and we will import one specific component called pan gesture handler. There are different like touch, right? There is pan tap. The tap gesture handler will handle the tap events like clicks. The pan gesture handler will handle the swipes, the drag, like drag and drop. You can implement it with a pan gesture handler. So let's wrap our animated view in this pan gesture handler, because here is where we want to detect the gestures. So this one, we will put our animated view with a card here. And we need to pass here the handler or gesture handler, this one. Save. I'm gonna also delete the pressable because we don't need it anymore. We're gonna do everything with the touch events. So right now, if I do here warn, just for you to see it on the screen, warn. So if I start, nothing happens. Nothing happens. I'm gonna open a tool for debugging, because usually you would debug this with Chrome DevTools. However, Reanimated doesn't work with Chrome DevTools. So that's why I'm using a tool called Flipper that helps debug React Native applications. You don't have to have that, like, it's nice if you can install it and set it up, because you're going to be able to debug the values that we need right now. So logs. I didn't use this tool in a while. So if I no. If I do reload, yes, it works. Initialize gesture handler for root view. Can I zoom in? I don't think I can zoom in here. So sorry about that. But if I start dragging, nothing happens. Nothing happens. Let's see why. Use animated. Give me 1 second. Oh, come on. Where is it? I definitely messed up with something here. Un momento, un poquito. So slow, the PC, come on. Hello. Please work. Oh my god, what's going on here? Mom, why? I don't need it. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know. Animated gesture handler, and there we need the where is it? Pan gesture handler on gesture event. Okay, that's what I missed. I missed the okay, we need to stop the spamming there. Okay, so this is what I missed. Instead of on gesture handler, here is on gesture event. This is the stuff. And here, if I start and I check Flipper, will it work? Hey, come on. Hey, work. Yes, I see a lot of touch events here, which means that it works. So now, what we can do with this information? So basically, we need to keep the value of this translation X in a shared value, because based on the position of a touch on the screen, we need to move a card. So if you swipe left, the translation will be minus, for example, 100. And based on this translation, we will translate the actual card. So I will rename it to, I don't know, transform X or translate X. It depends. Translate X. Initially it's going to be 0. And on active here, when we move our finger around, I'm going to set the value of our touch position to the translate X. Can do that, and then using this translate X value, it's not called share value anymore, we will we will move around this card. So it can be like this. Let's see, simply like translate X is translate X.value. It should follow now our finger on the screen, our touches. So if I start dragging, you see, it just follows our mouse. The issue is that it doesn't remember the previous position, and if I start to scroll from here, it will jump, you see? Because, as I said, like translation is the value, the distance that your touch traveled in this touch event, for example. So that's why we need to remember the starting position of a card when the touch event starts, because we need to not to modify it, but we need to just add to their initial position. Does that make sense? So in order to remember that, we can use the context of the reanimated. And the context is a variable that can be shared between these events, like on start, on active, on end, and so on. How to do that? The context will be the second object here. So context, the second parameter. The second parameter of the events is our context. Context. So let's assign a new variable to this context, and we need to remember the position of the card when the touch starts. So context dot start x is equal to translate to the value at that moment. Translate x dot value. And whenever we change the value, we don't completely override it. We just modify the context start. So we just add a little bit of a context start to the starting position, or we subtract, depending on the direction of our touch event. So let me see why development server again failed, but we can rerun it. And we can reload here. Can't find variable styles. Yeah, my plugin probably deleted it. Come on. I have prettier plugin, and that for some reason deleted the styles. So Ctrl+C until I see the styles, then I replace the code that we changed, and now it should be good to go. Let's go, come on. So reload. Here we have it. Let's try to swipe. Doesn't work. I'm gonna do it one more time. Is this the reason why? No. Yes, sometimes if it doesn't work, just try to reload a couple of times. But why? On gesture event, correct. Hello? No, it should be working. It should be working. Well, he should check comments more frequent. If I would check the comments more frequent, your experience of watching and learning from this is going to be very bad, because I'm going to get distracted by the comments. So when doing something like this, I try to concentrate. But I really, really appreciate your help, guys, in the comments whenever I have an issue like this. and I mistype something and you help. So from time to time, when I implement something, I check the chat because it's right beside me. So I see everything you are writing, but I can spend more time talking with you guys when we wait something to build or something like that. Or advanced, like advanced, we can spend like half an hour just talking about anything you'd like. But I also want to create a good learning experience for people that are watching this not live afterwards. So I hope you understand that. Let me try to what? Rerun it? Why? I don't know. iOS. Tell me, where is the issue? Why it was working and now it's not? Event.translation X. The only thing that we changed was this context. So if I remove the on start, come on, no, doesn't want to. Does it at least display the console logs? No, something is definitely off. Oh, we are back to back in the game. So let's now try to add context dot start X plus the current translation of a touch event. Save, start X. It's rerunning. Translate.x. It's not translation. No, it's translation. And right now, as you can see, if I release it and start again, it's not jumping. It's always following the mouse, you see? Because we remember the starting position, which here is, I don't know, let's say -100, because it's somewhere to the left. And when we start the touch event, like I press click, this is when we remember the position, and after that we just add the distance that our mouse moves to the initial distance. Does that make sense, guys? So, all right. What is going to be the next step? Rotate the card. Rotate the card. Okay. Rotate. So let's think about the ideas behind. I didn't work in VS Code for such a long time that I forgot how to close the left bar. It was okay, like this. Okay, so we are speaking about the rotation, right? So the rotation is a style that is also going to be on the card here. So if I say it's not going to be a transform, let's start with rotation in terms of static rotation, you know, just to understand like where the things are coming from. So if in the animated card I add rotation, a property rotation to 60 degree, then our card should be rotate. Second. Why it's not rotated? Rotate or rotation. Oh, it's rotate, not rotation. Rotate. Save. Rotate isn't a valid style property. Should be 60-degree. Rotate. Oh, it's also part of a transform. Sorry, it's part of the transform. I always mess up with transformations. And transform, then an object, name rotate. Now 60-degree. The issue is that this transform is already animated, so I cannot rewrite it. So you know what? I'm just gonna add it in our animated style, and here transform. First one is the translation, the second one is the rotate. And if I do 60-degree, should work here, because in the other case it was overridden by the animated style. That's why we didn't see the rotation. Okay, we see the card rotated to the right 60-degree. And if I do -60, that's gonna be to the left, right? Come on, Zach, you can do it. Do a flip. Yes, if I do it to 60, it's to the left. Okay. Now we need this rotation to be dynamic, not static like this, but dynamic. And what should it depend on? The rotation should depend on how much we are away from the center. For example, initially the image is here in the center, the rotation should be 0-degree. Come on, Zach. If I move it a bit to the left, the rotation should be, for example, minus 20-degree. 20. Right? It depends on the position of the card on the screen. And if it's to the right, it should be plus 20, for example. Okay, so if the value of our rotation depends on our translation, because that's what it does, we need to make this relationship between the translation of a card, left and right, and the rotation. So to do that, instead of using a separate shared value, we will use a derived value. And the derived value will consume a shared value and is going to be updated whenever the shared value is updated. So our rotate is going to be a use derived value. And the use derived value is imported from React Reanimated. Okay, rotate, we have it here. And the derived value receives a function, and the function should return the value that we want to. It needs to calculate the value and then return like a new value for this. And here, let's again do some hard coding and see if it still works. So rotate, And again, the same thing as here, translate.value, we need rotate.value. At the right value cannot be changed manually, like you cannot change the rotation because it will depend on the translation. And in a moment we're gonna do this dependency. So yeah, right now it works. And if I change here to 10, the Zach will rotate. Okay, so how to explain the next step? So let's say our translate x is a value that can go from screen width, like from minus width, it will go to 0 when it's in the center of the translation, and to plus width or just width, right? So these are like the 3 points from where the translate x would be able to go, from minus width to 0 to plus width. In this case, it's almost minus width. In this case, it's 0. And when it's to the right, it's width. Our rotation should go, when it's all the way to the left, it should be 60. When it's in the middle, it should be 0, it should be centered. And when it's to the right, I'm gonna add it like this. The rotation should be 60 degree. Here, degree, degree. And here, degree. Does it make sense? So, we need to take this translate x value, and based on the translate x, we need to calculate the rotation, where if it's minus width, it's 60 degree, minus 60 degrees, sorry. If it's width, it's plus 60 degree. This operation to map a value from one range to another range is called interpolation. So interpolation is a function that we will import from also gesture handler. We can do this calculation ourselves, like if you are good with math. But with interpolation, everything is done for us. So interpolation will receive the number that we want to depend on, like the number that we want to change. Then the second parameter is the input range, like how the number, on what range it spans. And the second parameter is the output range. So this is the input range, this is the output range. And the value that we want to depend on is going to be translate x. So first one is the value translate x dot value, right? Dot value. Then we need the input range, and the input range will go from 0 to width. It can go from minus width, you know, minus width to width. But if we say that if we define only this part, it will automatically handle the other part, because the function is linear, if that makes sense. 0. I said too much time, if that makes sense. So the input is from 0 to width, and the output will be from 0, because when the input is 0, we want 0 degrees. But when the output is width, we want, I don't know, 60 degrees or something like that, right? 60. And And after that we need this degree, right? So it's gonna be plus degree, save. We need to get this width variable, and we're gonna get it using the const use dimensions to get the width of a screen. Use window dimensions, and width, the name is screen width. I think that's how it's called. Yes. Screen width, we take it as width. Why? Come on. Rotate, interpolate. We can divide by half pixels of width. Yeah, but no. If you just divide without mapping, the animation will look different on different screen sizes. For example, if the width of a screen is an iPad of, I don't know, 1000 pixels, let's say, then your card will rotate very, very much. It can do spins, you know. And on a small device with 300 pixels, the rotation will be less. If you just divide, you need to map. I don't know why we don't have it. Huh? Width. What? Okay, it's screen width. Sorry. So if I reload, let's see if anything is working. My server is again like down, so I'm gonna restart it. It's not this one, it's the other one. Come on. Yarn start. Dimensions get screen width. That's also a way to do that, but that's an old way to get the dimensions. The disadvantage of that, it still will work, but it's not dynamic. So if you change the dimensions, for example, if you turn your application sideways and you make your application work in both portrait and landscape, then your solution with dimension.get will not update. But this hook will automatically update if the screen width changes. Okay, come on, bundling. Why I'm always recording this? Delete. I don't have enough space on this PC. So let's see. Oh, look, it's working. I think it's too much. To map it to the screen width, it's fine. We can decrease here the rotation, and actually I will better not hard code it but put it into a variable like rotation, which is equal to 60, like maximum rotation. I can decrease this rotation, but I'd rather have a point like, I don't know, out of a screen, like a point which is out of a screen, and that is the target where our card should move, because if we set just width, then half of our card will still be visible. Like width, it's probably this one, but we want our card fully to disappear, you know, and that's why we need to multiply screen width by 2. I know, let's do hidden translate x equal to double the screen size, screen width. There are multiple ways to achieve the same thing, but let's try with this one. So this means that when our card is going to be out of a screen, then we want it to be at 60-degree rotation. So let's have a look. Delete. And now, yeah, now the rotation is a bit smoother, as you can see, and it goes from one side to another. What do you think about that, guys? Does it make sense? Is it clear how we, based on the translation position, we calculate the rotation of a card? Hop, 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 hop. So that's rotating the card. Okay, the next step will be the stack of cards. The stack of cards. This is the thing that whenever we swipe, we need to see the next card behind this one, right? So to do that, what will we need to do? We need first of all to keep track of the index of a current card in our array. So to do that, we will need to keep track of that inside a state value, because whenever we update the index of a card, for example, we swipe left, we update the index of a card, like it's not 0, it's already 1, and our UI should re-render. So that's why we need to keep it into a state variable. We import useState from React, and let's define const current index and set current index use state, and initially is going to be 0. Based on this index, we can also say const current profile is equal to users at current index. So this value will contain the current user profile that we are watching in the card. So let's send here, instead of the second user, we will send the current profile that we're going to be able to change from one to another. Okay, why are you turning off so easily? Reload. Reload. Okay, we have it there. So what do I want to do? I want to, besides this card, which is animated and can handle the gesture handler, I want to display another card which is going to be displayed underneath. It will not be wrapped into the pen gesture handler because we don't need to handle any gestures on the card behind. And this is going to be, yeah, I'm going to wrap it inside a view because I want to set it with absolute position to be able to display it underneath. So style is going to be styles.next what? Next card container. Next card container. And the next card container will what? Probably will have the same things. but we'll have a position absolute. Are you updating? Absolute update. Next card container. Next card container. Or should I just save it? It should be absolute fill object. This is a shorthand to an absolute object. I think that it's not updating. Delete. Okay. Yes, it's here. The one behind, it's a bit weird. Hey, Zalmi Karimi, thank you very much for your kind donation. I've seen a few of your videos weeks after the streams are over. Really glad that I'm catching this one live. Keep up the great work, Vadim. Thank you very much for joining the live stream. And yeah, it's nice to meet you and great to see you on the channel. Where are you from? And what is your local time right now? I'm interested. So if I add here in width 100, but no, it's not about width. Page container. I messed up something with the height. So my card, what styles does my card have? My card will have a view with height 70%. Page container. To debug such things, I usually do background color red to see what's going on. Our page container is full screen. That's good. However, I think our animated card is not full screen. So if I do background color red, save. Yes, it's not full screen. That's why for the animated card, I'm gonna add flex 1. Come on, reload. Not again. Yarn start. I'm from Toronto, Canada. It's about 12 here. Just had my second coffee of the day and catching this stream. That's really nice. I'm glad that at least I'm trying to do the live stream during a time that is going to be both good for people from Asia and also from people from North and South America, and of course Europe. Trying to catch everyone while they're awake. And yes, it works. So here is the top image, and behind that is the card behind. But the card behind should be the next one. It shouldn't be the same card, you know. So for that reason, besides keeping track of a current index, I will also keep track of the next index. So next index is set next index. It's gonna initially be equal to current index plus 1. And let's get the value for the next profile, users, next index. And this next profile is going to here, next card container. For the user, we send the next profile. And now if I swipe there, I see the next profile, right? Perfect. So this is the stack. This is our stack of cards. The next step. The next step is to end the swipe. So if I swipe left, the card should fly away, you know, and the next one should slide back in. Or no. Before doing that, I want to animate a little bit the card behind, because that's how it is in. It should feel that the card behind, whenever we swipe, it's coming into the view. Like we can play a bit with the scale, so it's gonna come from smaller to the full size, and also with some opacity to make it come from transparent to to full colorful. I don't know. So to do that, I'm gonna create another animated style for our next card. So card style, next card style, use animated style. And here, what do we want to transform? We want to transform the scale, right? We want to transform the scale. And for the scale, we will do the same as for the rotation. We will interpolate the value of the translation, how far are we in the screen, with the scale that we want to get. So here, I will need all three of them, because when the item is very far to the left, I want our scale to be, I want our card to be smaller, like the next card. Here I'm speaking about the next card. So it's not going to be 1, where 1 is full size, but it's going to be, let's play with 0.5. In case the current card is in the middle of a screen, no, it's vice versa. The card should be full size when I am lost. The next card should be full size when the translation, the current card is on either side of a screen. This is full size. And when it's in the middle, the next card should be 0.5. Is that correct? And here I forgot to add the object, and here to close the object, and save, scale. Okay, the value from minus. Okay, when current card is to the left, the next card is full size. When it's in the middle, is half size. Yeah, let's try this logic, but we need to next card style. We need to wrap our next card container. So I will wrap our card with animated view, animated.view. I can take it from here. This is our next card, right? Are we on the same page? Will you save these live streams? Of course we will. It's gonna be available right away. So I lost again my styles. So Control Z. Where did I lose them? Here I lost them. So if I save, styles are still there. Yes, they are. And now I can do this animated view. But for our next animated view, I'm gonna do not card styles, but next card styles, right? This is the styles for the next one. Most probably my server is down and I have to rerun it, but that's good. Yarn start. Come on. Reload. And here we are. No idea why it's next card container. Should I do here with 100%? Save and comma. Up, up, up. Oh yeah, everything is fine. I don't need this one. Because you see, Elon Musk, the farther I go with the current card, the previous card slides in and increases its size, you see? I think that's too much actually, and it should be a little bit smoother. Not smoother, I mean less visible, like not from 0.5. But you understand the idea, like here with the interpolation. Like whenever our current card, which is at -x, which is here, almost there, the scale of our next card is going to be 1. Like it's almost full size, the Elon Musk. When it's in the middle, here, you see it's half size. You don't see it, but it's there. And that's the same thing when you swipe right, it's back to 1. So I'm probably gonna do here 0.8 should be good. 0.8. And 0.8, where are you? 0.8. And let's do the same thing for the opacity. So the opacity is going to be after the transform. Opacity is a separate style. And we're going to do the same thing like with interpolation. When the current card is to the left, then we want the card to be visible. When it's here, we can do, when it's in the middle, the previous card should be more transparent. And back here, let's have a look if I did it correctly. Let's go. Up. I see Elon Musk there. And the first card is here. If I, yep, as you can see, it's now the previous card has like less opacity. I can give it probably even less for you to see the difference. And as far as I go, the card becomes more visible. Okay, so this is animating the card behind in order to give a seamless experience of swiping and replacing the cards. What do we want to do next? Next will be, come back. The next is, as I said, ending this swipe. So if I swipe to the left, the card should fly away from the screen. The previous one should replace it, you know. How do we do that? We will do that in our own end. So whenever we end the touch event, we need to check, should we throw the card away and in which direction, to the right or to the left? Or should we move it back to the center? Because if this is the initial state and I swipe like this, the card should not fly away. The card should come back here. Or if I swipe very slow and release. If I swipe fast and release, then I should throw the card away. To do that, we will do some checks based on how fast the user swiped. And let's say if event dot something like velocity x, yes, if velocity x is going to be less than a value, a predefined value, like, I don't know, let's call it swipe velocity, and you can play around with this value to make sure that your swiping animation is as responsive as you want or as stiff as you want, like it depends on this swipe. I'm gonna set it to, I don't know, a couple of hundreds. I think was a good value, like 600, 800. I think that's 800 pixels per second. So if the swipe velocity is more than that, if the swipe velocity is less than that, then we need to return our card in the middle. So we can do the position of a card is the translate, and based on this translate we derived a lot of values like how is it called, rotation. So we can say if it's less, let's move it to 0, right? So if I reload, come on, if I reload, let's go, come on, let's go. Let's check. Let's wait for it to load. If I release, it should come back to 0. It does, you see? It does come back to 0 because it's not enough. However, if I do it very fast, it doesn't come back because here we need to throw the card away. The issue is if I do to the left, even if I do it shortly, velocity x. Yeah, even if I do it fast, it doesn't stop, it will come back. Because in that case, velocity will be minus 1000, for example. So to fix this issue, I'm gonna do math.absolute value. So in case, I'll handle the same thing to the right as to the left. Because if I swipe very hard to the left, it should stop. For now, later on we are gonna throw it away. If I do it slowly to the left, what? Why it's not coming back? Come back, come back. Math.abs. If it's less than swipe velocity, then go there. What did I do wrong? Velocity x. It doesn't want to work even right now. I think a refresh will up. Okay, and with ABS, save, come back. If I do fast, doesn't come back. Okay, perfect. But as I said in the beginning, like this animation is jumpy, like it just jumps in the center. It doesn't do a smooth animation. To fix that, translate x to 0. Here we can do with spring. And this will make sure that the value doesn't jump to the 0, but goes to the 0 like as a spring, in a spring-like motion. We import with spring from Reanimated, and we check it right now. Oh, looks good. Let's wait until the image loads. On start empty parameter. Come on, up, you see, and very smoothly coming back. If I do it slowly. If I do it fast, I should throw it away. So let's implement that logic of throwing it away. Here, I'll return because I don't want to do anything else. And after the if statement, this is the code that is going to be executed when our swipe velocity is more than 800 pixels per second. So in that case, we want to throw the card away. So we want to do translate x.value. We want to throw it to the, I don't know, let's say to the hidden translate x, right? So if I do it fast, it didn't refresh. If I do it fast, you see it jumped out of a screen. I can also do it with spring, so it's not gonna be instant. So with spring, this value, save. With spring. Okay, reload, restart server. I don't know why I'm having so many issues. Let me try to close Flipper. Reload. So if I do slowly, it comes back. If I do fast, it goes away. You saw like how smooth and good was this animation. Yet there is one issue. If I do it in the other direction, it will throw it away in the opposite direction, because we are throwing our card to the plus hidden translate X, which is to the right of the screen. We need to decide if we should throw it away to the left or to the right. We can do that with an if statement to check if velocity X is less than 0. Actually, I can do it like this. So if event.velocity X is more than 0, then we will throw it to the hidden translate. Otherwise we're gonna throw it to the minus hidden translate. So if we swipe very fast to the right, it's gonna throw it to the right, and if we swipe very fast to the left, it's gonna throw it to the left. Come on. So let's try it to the left. Yep, it worked. Okay, this can be written a little bit simpler with a math function, because you see the value is the same, like the value is hidden translate X, but the difference is with the sign, like if it's a plus or a minus. And we can actually have this one and multiply by 1 or by minus 1, depending on the velocity X. And there is a very good function from math.sign, and you give here a value, which is event, and it will return -1 or 1, depending on the sign of this value. So if this is a negative, it's going to be -1, and multiplied by the hidden translate X, that's going to be minus hidden translate X. And if it's +1, it's going to be plus. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, it works. So the next step is, as you can see, now I cannot swipe Elon Musk, but I really want to do that. So because Elon Musk right now is displayed not in this view, not in the current profile, but it's still displayed in the next card container. And the next card container doesn't have any pen gesture handler. So that's why whenever we throw away a card from the screen, like to the right or to the left, we need to replace the current profile with the next profile. So we could do that here, like set current index to current index +1. We could do that here, and I'm gonna show you how it works. I throw this away and try to synchronize from a different thread. Yeah, this is an issue because it says that we are trying to call a setter, which is basically JavaScript code. We are trying to call this on our UI thread, because all this stuff, as you remember, is executed on the UI thread to make the animation smooth. To fix that, we can import a function called run on GS. If we use this function, we tell React and Reanimated to run this function not on the UI thread, but on the JavaScript thread. So run on GS will receive a function, which is set current index. It will return us another function that we can call with a value that we want to give, which is this one. So now our setter is going to be run on the JavaScript with these parameters. Hello, hello. So let's try it one more time. One more time. So if I swipe right, if I swipe right, the current index I think changes, but with the current index being changed, we need to also change the next index, you know. So whenever we change the current index, we need to say, hey, also change the next index. So for that, I'm gonna create a use effect that is gonna be called every time current index is changed. And in that case, I'm gonna increment the next index as well. Set next index to current index plus 1. Let's not forget to import the use effect. So yes, it's there. It's here. The only issue here is our translation. So basically, we throw the current card away from the screen, then we replace the data, but it's still away from the screen because we didn't bring it back in the middle. So for that reason, whenever we change the current index, we need to rewrite the translate.x value to 0 in order to get it back in the screen. And in this case, we can do like a hard replace because we don't want it to be animated to the screen. So if I throw it away, Elon Musk is here. If I throw it away, Zuck is here, and nothing happens right now. Nothing happens because let's add this one to the dependency as well. Nothing happens because there is an issue. We start the animation, and right after that, we change the current index. And the animation didn't even started or didn't even finish, and we right away change it and we put it in the center. So we need a way to wait the animation to finish and then to change the current index. Like to go it out of the screen, then to change it. To do that, our with Spring has a callback function, which is the third parameter. The second one is option, so we're gonna pass an empty object, but the second one is a callback function that is gonna be called whenever the animation is finished. And whenever the animation is finished, we can change the current active index. Come on. Translate on end. Yeah, everything should be fine. This one. No, it's fine, yeah. Yarn start, let's go. Reload. And let's have a look. Swipe, Alan comes. Swipe, Zuck. Swipe, next one. And there is no next object after that. So to fix this issue, we can do a conditional check if next profile is not null, then we're gonna display this card. So I'm gonna wrap this into an object, and I'm gonna do some JavaScript magic. So if next profile is not null, then we're gonna render the view. If it's null, it's gonna skip this one. And we can do the same with probably current profile, just not to have these issues. And I'm gonna put everything here, save. Okay, yep, come on. It takes some time. Until it becomes, or is it my emulator? So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this issue with changing the images is an issue with how images are loaded in React Native. So to fix that, you'd have to do some hacks, and like loading both images at the same time and replacing them, like hot replacing them. So yeah, if you find a fix of that image flickers at the end, because so far it's good like here, but sometimes like going from this one to the last one, it's gonna do this hot replace, you see. So all right, so the interesting part is implemented, is working. The animations are pretty smooth. Okay. We are 3 hours in. So did we finish? I also wanted to animate the like and dislike images. So I'm gonna do this real quick. Whenever you swipe, it should appear like a like text. Question is, how will the backend work? For that, I'm gonna say tune in next Friday at the same time, and we are implementing the backend, so you're gonna see it firsthand. Sorry. Okay, so we have these like buttons in our assets, images, like, and nope. Okay, so let's import them here at the top. Import like from assets, images, like.png, and the same thing for the other one. Nope. Nope. Okay, now let's render these images. Where? Somewhere here, like in the card or before. Yeah, it's before the card. I'm gonna do image source. Here I'm gonna paste the like. Styles.like. And the same thing for the nope. I'm gonna use the same styles here. So for image, let's import it from React Native. And let's define some styles for the like button. Like. First of all, it's gonna have some width 100, height 100, just to make sure that we see it on the screen. Let's restart our server. Come on, did you find it? Images like. Right, no png with error correct. Do you have an error there for the import? Yes, sorry for that. And thank you for helping. Let's go. Come on. Okay. Restart. What's going on? Something with styles. Yes, we. Okay, there. One thing that I want to add is the Resize Mode, because you see the like does not fit in that box of 100/100. So if I do Resize Mode contain, the image will make sure to render in a way to be displayed fully with an op as well, like this. So for the like, I'm gonna say that the position is absolute. Position absolute, and it's gonna be top. It's gonna be displayed on the top of a container at 100 pixels. Is it there? Let's think. Animated view. This one has what? This one has a flex of 1. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change a bit the styles. I'm gonna add some specific height for this one. Let's say 70%. And I'm gonna do. Yeah, and the same for the width, like 90%. And the card is gonna be displayed fully, like 100/100%. This is just because the card should work well in the container that it is encapsulated. So here, animated card, height 70%. Yes. And now the likes are not visible because they are underneath the image. So if I do the index 1, and on Android I think the index is not working. I think on Android you need to work with elevation. So likes are there, and we need just one to the left, one to the right. I can do 200 width and 200 height, or 150. 150. Yeah, good. these two likes and dislikes will share the same style. The only difference will be the one is to the left, one is to the right. So for that reason, I'm going to put these styles in an array, and I'm going to define for the first one right 10, and for the second one left 10. Left, just left. No, it's the other way around. No. Yes. It's the other way around, because when we move there, one corner is hidden and the other one is visible. So here, right. Okay, my images are a bit different sizes, so that's why the difference, but that's not the idea. Now your task, your homework is to pause this video and try to animate the opacity of these two like and dislike. Based, if we are going to the right, the like should appear. If it's in the center, both like and dislike should be hidden. And when it's to the left, the nope should appear. So pause this video, try to do it yourself, because we have done similar things. And if you don't manage to do that, come back and now let's do it together. So I really hope that you managed to do it yourself. And what we need to do? We need to define two new animated styles. And one is going to be like style. Use animated style, and the like, and we will animate what? We will animate the opacity. And if I say 0, and this is, let's do nope style. Let's do here 1, and in a moment we're gonna define the dynamic values of this opacity. But let's now send the opacity to our images, and to do that we cannot just pass here the third option of like style and nope style, because if we save, nothing will happen. Because we need to do one more thing. We need to replace the image with an animated image. So that might be an issue why it didn't work. Now if I save and reload, the nope is visible, but the like is not visible, because that's what we said here, like opacity 0, nope opacity 1. So let's define this these values. So again, we're gonna use with we're gonna interpolate the value of translation to a range of 0 to 1. So we can work with two values here, like this, from 0 to hidden, and here if it's 0, our like should be 0, it should be hidden, right? If it's hidden translation X, our like should be 1, because it's to the right. And we will do similar thing here. Okay, but here our 1 for the nope should be when our translation is to the left. So let's try. If I do like this, our like appears very, very like, yeah, we should make it appear faster, you know. Same things here for Ellen. So I will divide this. or I can increase this one to, I don't know, 4, or it's better to divide the translation with 4, just to make the opacity 1 be faster, you know. So if I do it like this, I think right now it's already opacity 1. If I do it with 10, let's say, it's going to be much faster. So here it's already 1, but I like it, to be honest. So I don't know, we can do 5. So in one direction we show the like, and in another one the nope. Hopefully you made it yourself, and if you had any issues, yeah, that's how you do it. No, elevation is equal to shadow. Elevation is equal to shadow. I remember there was an issue with Android and the index. React Native Android the index. How to give the index? Yeah, it's did you try elevation? Yeah, that's what I remember, and it's also for the shadows as well. Hey Atul, thank you very much for your kind donation. How are you doing? So guys, that's a lot of animation for today, but I really hope that I was clear enough and I didn't rush the things, even if it took like 3 hours. My goal was for you to understand what we're doing, because we are doing a lot of things here, like shared values, animated styles, like interpolation, a lot of things that is a bit more complicated than usual stuff that we are used to do. So I wanted to take some time to explain it in full and explain all the steps. I really hope that I managed to do that. And if I look here, like and nope, the next planned step would be to refactor this. And to refactor, we can make this stack as an abstract component, similar to a flat list if you're used to that. In a flat list is this abstract component that we send how each component should be rendered. We send a list of data and it manages rendering it. So we can do the same thing for our case and make it very abstract, like this swipeable stack. And in this way, we will be able to send any components there, and it's gonna handle the animation for us. Should we do that? Are you interested in that? Before going there, I want to do git add, git commit -m, animations. This is everything about the animations. Okay, let's try to implement this stack component that is gonna be our abstract component that will render the stack with animations. So let's create in components a new folder, stack, animated stack, right? Or something like this, animated stack. Let's create here the index.js, and let's define React Native functional component. React Native functional component. Oh, come on. React Native functional component. This one. I have like a library that creates the boilerplate for me, so I don't have to spend time writing this. If you don't have it, you can write it yourself or check out how to install it. I have a video that you can find on the channel regarding VS Code extensions. Animated stack. And let's export it. Okay, animated stack. You know what? I'm gonna take almost everything from here like this. But you know what? I'm gonna copy exactly everything from here, like Control A, because it's gonna be easier to remove than to add. Going back here, Control A, and paste everything from our app.js. Now let's come here instead of app. Let's name it animated stack. Animated stack, and where we export it, not app but animated stack. Okay, so our animated stack will receive through properties all the data and the components that it should render. All the data and components. We are implementing similar to how a flat list works. So first of all, I'm gonna delete users, because users is the data that we will receive. We delete it. Let's take the users as data from props, because we want it to work with any data, not only with users, right? So data, we will work here with data. Where else do we have users? I think that's it. Yeah. What else we don't need here? We don't need the card, because this is the component that we're gonna receive as a function, like as a render item. So here, render item, that's how Flatlist has it. So it's from props. So render item should replace our card. So here card, I'm gonna do it like this, render item, and the item is gonna be next profile. Delete this one and do the same thing for the other card, but instead of next profile is current profile. So do we have everything here? Let's delete the image, pressable, we don't need those. Let's save. Let's go back to our application, and here we will have to remove a lot of things. For example, everything inside our page container, like our next profile, our current profile, we delete this, and we're gonna use the stack component that we just created. So animated stack. Animated stack will receive data, which is our users, and the render item. This is going to be a function which sent us the item. You remember here, calling it render item with an object containing the item. So item. And this item will render our card. User equal item. Here equal, I forgot, and curly brackets. Save. So render item is a function that will receive an item and it will render a card for us. The animated stack. So now from our application, we don't need to handle like this current profile, next profile, next index, current index, screen with hidden, like all this stuff are not regarding the application, they are for our stack, like animated stack. Almost everything, yeah, even gesture handler, the use effect. The use effect, yeah, save. And here, except page container, we can delete all the styles. Save. Swipe velocity we don't need. A lot of imports. Reanimated, nope. This is a way to split the business logic from the like animation and UI logic. Later on you'll understand why it's better to do that. So save. Animated stack. Animated stack. I'm gonna replace it to root because page container, it's not a page, so that's why I rename it to root. Something is not working. Let's just try to render text. Hello. Save. Nope. What's going on here? Let's restart the server. And now refresh. Unable to resolve models. Yeah, the import is different here. So in our animated stack, the likes will come from, we go up once, twice, and then there. Once we are in the components, then we are in source, I think one more time. Save, reload. And the same for the car. No. Yeah, it's working. It's working. Yep. So okay, so let me think about some animated card. Next card. I think this one should also have this width and height. Dismiss. Come on. Let me check what's going on with this one. Background color red. This is the whole thing, but why is not full width? Okay. And that one, next car container, and next card container. No, this one should be 100%. Yes, like this. And yeah, the transition is better. Okay, here we are. One more thing I wanted to add. In the Tinder card, for the card, I want to add a background color, just because to fix the issue when the image is not loaded, I can see what's behind. So I don't want that. For that reason, I'm gonna add like FE, like a white background. If the image is not loaded, it should be like this. That's perfect. And now the image is loaded, but I cannot see what's behind there while the image is being loaded. We can add some loading indicator. And now, why you're not swiping already? Okay, now it works back as it's expected. But now from our app.js, we can send anything here, like any component, to this animated stack. And we know that all the hard logic, everything that we implemented is behind this animated stack. And then just by sending different data and render item function, we can reuse it for different use cases. One more thing that we can do is we need to get a callback whenever we swipe right or left for our business logic, for our matchmaking? Yeah, to match people, for example, or to save this match in a database. So on swipe left, we will console warn swipe left. And here we will receive the user that we are swiping, right? And on swipe right, we're gonna receive again the user. All right. Swipe right, let's do and user.name, and the same thing here. So let's send these functions to our animated stack and call them from there. We send them like as callback functions, like here is a function, call it back by passing a user whenever you register a swipe left, because animated stack is the one responsible for the swipes. On swipe left, on swipe right. Let's go to our animated stack. And in the props here, we will receive on swipe right and one swipe left. Okay. So where do we call this function? We call this function where we have on end here, right? And depending on the sign, depending on where we are throwing our things, to the left or to the right, we will call the specific method. So let's define on swipe, and here let's think what method should we take. So if the sign, I can do not with a sign, but if it's more than 0, then we are swiping right. In that case, the function will be on swipe right. If it's less than 0, we are swiping left. On swipe left. We determined what function should we call based on the velocity of our touch event. Now we need to call this function. But remember, we cannot call it like this because our onSwipe event is a JavaScript function that should run on the JavaScript thread. But here in the animated gesture handler, we are on the UI thread. So to do that, we are gonna write run on JS. The function is gonna be on swipe, and the parameter is gonna be the user. We need to pass in which user are we swiping. So which user are we swiping? Current profile. Save. Will it work? Let's check. Okay. But we need also to check if our function is not null. So if I swipe right here, swipe right, Vadim Savin. Elon Musk, swipe left, Vadim Savin also. Why it's the same name? Current profile. Reload. Swipe left. Oh yeah, it's working. Swipe left. Swipe right. So now we here in our app.js, we can write anything that is going to be run as usual, like on the JS thread, like, I don't know, writing it to the database, connecting it to Amplify, saving it, saving this relationship in the database, and so on. All right, that's I think everything that I wanted to do regarding animations and cards. What do you think? Did I cover everything? So let's do git add, git commit -m, refactor animated stack. Refactor animated stack. There are two more things that we would need for the next week. But we are already for almost 4 hours in the stream, so I don't know if I want to implement them today. This is the navigation icons, but for that I need to install vector icons and to render these icons on the top and on the bottom. And also the screen with matches. This one is going to be pretty easy, to be honest. Let's do it. Let's spend a little bit more time, but be ready to focus fully on the backend during the next week. And I'm not gonna do them both. Probably I'm gonna do only the vertical list, as you see here. So now that we introduce more screens, it's a good time to create a new folder in our source directory. So let's do here screens, and I already have it. So this screens folder will contain all the screens that we need, and the first one I can do it like this, which is, let's do home screen, and it's gonna contain the code that we currently have in our app.js. So our app.js, I'm gonna copy everything from here. And I'm gonna paste it in our home screen. Instead of app, let's rename it to home screen. Remember I was saying, like, we are trying to keep our app as small as possible, and now it's gonna be possible to do that. We take everything in our home screen, page container, yeah, that's good, page container, and back in our app.js, instead of this, I'm just gonna do home screen. I don't need swipe left, swipe right in the home screen. I don't need anything. Like, it should be as lean as possible. Like, we just render the screen that we need to do to render. So could not. Why you were not able to do that? We have here everything. React gesture handler, we don't need it here. And also let's make sure in our animated stack that we don't have, because we don't need it there. Home screen, reload. Come on. Okay. Yeah, I think the imports are bad. Like from home screen here, the card is not coming from .source because we are already in the source. So we need to go one up and then in components, and here we need 2 folders up. And for the animated stack like this, home screen. Vadim, do you have a plan to make projects with React.js for web, or do you only do mobile? I will definitely do for web as well. With React.js, with Next.js, this is something that is very interesting to me. But this probably gonna be after a couple of months, like 2-3 months at least. I still want to focus on the mobile because there is so many things that I want to create in the mobile development. You have a lot of questions, and yeah, I want to be sure that we are good, we have enough content regarding mobile. Any future plans to use TypeScript? Yeah, I'm using TypeScript it depends on the project. Like in one project I use TypeScript, in another one that I want to focus more on other things, I don't bother using TypeScript. And here I wanted to focus on the animation, so let's not get confused or confuse you even more with the TypeScript, because animations are by themselves quite complicated. Okay, Tinder clone, come on. But yeah, I have a lot of projects on the channel using TypeScript. Here we have. So we have our home screen here. Home screen, page container. Let's do here with 100%. Okay, that's better. So, but what can we do with this? We can create a new screen here called matches or messages, I don't know, matches screen.js. And here I'm gonna do React Native functional export component, matches. And in our app.js, I can replace our home screen with our matches screen. That's because we didn't implement navigation yet. Later on, we can implement that as well. Matches screen. And here, instead of home screen, I can render the matches screen. Matches are there. Hey, Diko, thank you very much for joining the YouTube members. That's really awesome. We already have 3 new members today in the live stream. I can't thank you enough, guys. That's super, super awesome. Okay, so we have our matches screen. What should we do here? Like really fast, real quick. Should we do the design of these messages or the design of the top images here? Let's vote. I think I can create polls now on YouTube. What should we implement here? Create poll. new, come on, new, oh, it's another keyboard, new matches and messages. So the question is, which UI would you like us to implement? Do you do mentoring session? Who is planning for junior position? Usually I don't do that, just because I'm very limited by time. New matches. People are voting for new matches, right? New matches is winning. How do you look at it? Come on, let's go. 50-50. But let me think if we will need anything else. I don't think we will implement the messaging, to be honest, because for the messaging we have our WhatsApp clone, and also I'm planning the next build is going to be Signal clone, and there we'll focus on the messaging. So here I'm going to focus on really on the matchmaking to be able to create this algorithm that will match the people that say yes, for example. And yeah, for that reason I think it's a good idea just to have like the new matches and maybe to display them in a grid, in a full screen grid, not as a horizontal thing. So yeah, it's still 50-50, guys. Come on, 12 votes, let's do it. Okay, messages. Now I think I decided we're gonna go with the new matches. Okay, for the messages, a pretty similar design we have in WhatsApp clone, and there we're also implementing the logic for the real-time messages. And we're gonna do the same in the next build with Signal. Okay, so new matches, right? New matches, 1, and with 53% new matches, 1. Okay, so new matches screen, new matches. This, I'm gonna write some inline styles, font weight bold, font size 24, and font color, it's gonna be a very kind of a pink. Let's grab a Tinder color. It's this one. Just color, not font color. Color. Perfect. View. Style. Styles.root. Okay, I'm gonna create the styles. Styles equal style sheet.create root with 100% and style sheet imported from React Native. Styles. Yeah, I added to new matches, perfect. I'm gonna add some padding 10, and let me check if it's full screen. I can do here flex 1 and add some, in order for this not to be underneath the, how is it called, the notch, we can import the safe area view and replace our view with a safe area view, and that way we know that yeah, our items are not underneath there. So margin 10. Oh, come on. Padding. It should be padding. Padding 10. Why are not working? Safe area view, I'm gonna put here a simple view. Styles.container. And the container will have this padding. Unexpected token. Save. Now it's good. Okay, so that's our thing, and then we're gonna display some images. The images of people. So we'll import users from assets, data, users, and we're gonna display them. We are gonna display them in a grid. React Native. I can do it myself. Layout with Flexbox. Yeah, I think we can do it with ourselves. So after the text, we will loop through users.map, and for each user, I'm gonna render something. For example, a view with his image and so on. View. Oh, come on. And inside this image with a source URI is gonna be the user.image. Save. First of all, we need this image. Styles.image, and for this is gonna be styles.user. So the user will be it will have a 150 by 150, something like that. This one, the next one, image. Here we can say with 100% to be full size of this one, and height as well. Will it work? I don't think so. Height. And what else? Come on, users with height. Oh my god, we have a new member. Rick, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. And today we have 4 new members. Welcome, guys. I really appreciate your help and your support for this channel. Yeah, it made sense to stay and continue this live stream, even though it's already 4 hours and I'm pretty tired, but that's super awesome. Okay. Focus author, thank you very much for your support. Each child in list should have a unique. Did that give an error? I know that it should have a unique key, which we can say user.id. Okay, yeah, all right. Let's put everything into a view, which will have a styles dot users, right? Users. Okay. It's not here. We need to align, not align, the flex direction. We need to specify flex direction row to display them in the same row, correct? And flex wrap to put them, the things that do not fit in the same row, to go into the new row. That's done by the flex wrap. For the user, 100 is too much, 150 is too much, 100 is okay. We're gonna add some margins to add some social distancing there. 10 is good. Oh my god, guys. Birkan, thank you very much for becoming a member. Damn, that's the best live stream so far. Thank you. I don't know if 3 more people will join today. I'll have to dance, to sing, I don't know, tell me, guys. For the image, I want to make it round, so I'm gonna do to the image or to the, yeah, probably to the image. So border radius 50. Oh my god, one more. James, thank you very much, and thank you for your contribution to making me sing or dance. Okay, thanks guys, thank you very much. Okay, we have here all the users. I pretty much like how it turned out. I want to show you how to add this circle around, you know, because actually I want to know how you handle both horizontal and vertical scrolls in one screen. That's a good question. So yeah, like horizontal and vertical scrollable things on the same screen are pretty much, they do not conflict with each other. 2 scrollable views with the same direction, for example, 2 vertical scroll views in the same page or nested, they have problems. That's not okay. But if they have different direction, for example, how's it called? Stories in Instagram that are horizontal and posts that are vertical, that's perfectly fine. And usually how I do it, I first render the flat list with all the posts, and the flat list has a property list header component. And in the list header component, I send the flat list or the component with all the stories. And basically you render one flat list that has a header, and in that header we display another flat list that displays the stories. Thanks to you, dear. Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you, James. Thanks for your support. So yeah, I said that I wanted to show you how we can do the border radius, right? So for the user, I think here I'm gonna say border width to border color. Let's do where is that color? This one. And let's also do a border radius here as well, like this. So this one can be actually 4. And we can add here padding 2 to make the white circle, you see? So we can add 3 and 3 to look better. Yep, that's better. Or I don't know, 2, even 2 is okay. Yeah, it depends. Like you can play around. By adding padding, we create this white circle, because without it, it doesn't really look good. Like you see, it's not visible. But if we add the padding, we have both the colorful circle and the white circle. Okay, new matches. We have a screen here. So the last thing for today that was planned was probably these navigation icons, and they're very easy to implement. I would just have to wait a lot of time for the library to install, but I think we can do it, right? Should we do it, or should we leave it for the next time? Okay, let's try to do it. React Native Vector Icons. Hopefully it's gonna be quick, because we are 4 hours. 4 hours. That's a lot. So let's first of all install React Native Vector Icons. I'm gonna do that before that, let's not forget to git add. What time is it at my place? It's 7. Git add, git commit. No vector icons. You can rest a bit. Matches. Screen. All right, so yeah, I think that's actually a good idea, because we have done a lot of things, and you will have a lot of things to practice this weekend, and that's gonna be your homework, to implement the vector icons with these 2 top and bottom buttons with icons. And also bonus points if you implement navigation in a way that if I press on this Tinder icon here, it's gonna go to the home screen, and if I press on this one, it's gonna go to the matches screen. We can implement only these 2 screens, because that's the most important part. So if you can do that, that would be really awesome. And most probably next week we will start with this. We will implement it, and then we are gonna get into the backend. So guys, we are done for today. Let me know. Write down any questions that you have regarding this project or anything else. Let's have a short chat, and then let's start our weekend. What I wanted to do, I wanted to demo a bit like what we created and what we learned. So 1 second. Let's display the home screen. Presentation, and here we have a beautiful face that will win all the matches. So we have started by creating our React Native project with React Native CLI. Then we have developed this beautiful Tinder card, which wasn't very hard to implement, because it's a background image with some title and with some styles. And then we went deep into animations and implemented this awesome Tinder animations that doesn't work in my case right now, but if I refresh, they should be working. Come on, not now. You know, this is that demo effect when it's always working, but when you demo it doesn't. So here we have a beautiful animation that the card will follow your touches, and if you run this application on your real device, it's going to be very, very smooth, because right now I'm using a mouse, but yeah, I really want to test it on a real device to see how it works there. So if I release the card, it comes back in the middle with a very nice spring animation that is not, yeah, like it's very smooth, as you see. But if I do it fast, then our next card will pop up, and Elon here is a bit sad. A dude with a rocket is looking for a gal with fuel. So let's swipe right for that. Yeah, that's CEO entrepreneur born in 1964. Jeffrey Bezos. All right, guys, I'm already in today. What's going on? My live stream is on. And yeah, as I said, next Friday we continue this build and we implement the backend using AWS Amplify. We're going to implement authentication so the user will be able to create their profiles, to manage their profiles, to forget, for example, when they forget password, they'll receive an email with a code, they'll be able to change the password, and a lot of cool things around authentication. Then we're going to get into the API and databases in order to save information about users, and more importantly, to save information about matches, because that's what our focus will be. This is how Tinder is different from the other application that we have already built, because here we will try to create this matchmaking algorithm that will find people around you. We'll probably do something with geolocation to sort people that are closer to you, and then match with people that said yes. What else? Like, we're gonna use S3 for storing our images for people, and a lot of more cool features. So setting the calendar next Friday the same time, not to forget. Subscribe to the channel, of course, turn on the notification bell not to miss that one. and yeah, what else? 11:38 here. Yeah, for people it's quite late, so can't wait for the next week. Awesome. Me as well. So guys, I think that's it for today, and I'm gonna go start my weekend. We're doing some traveling tomorrow around the island. Probably I'm gonna do scuba diving, so follow on Instagram if you want to follow my activities during the weekend that are not always related to work, but most of the times they are. So once again, guys, thank you very much. Take care, stay hydrated, write clean code here.